the vertical, did he see the option? Jump the vertical by himself and let him see the option only 3-4 strides before he has to jump.
That way, keep the head outside after the jump. Commit to the second stride. And then straight, straight.
I'm gonna sit.
Já me aconteceu em algum.
À la voiture ou contre la barrière?
The morning, everybody. I hope you're ready for this. It is a Super Saturday ahead of us here, and we are live with you at the FEI Jumping European Championships for Youth, and it's medals all the way today. We're going to start with the team finals, also individuals involved, but the team finals coming up here this morning with the Children's Championship, and then this afternoon, the first of the individual medals on offer for the juniors. So we kick off with the children's. Their superb competition continues. We're going to go through the individual riders as ever that are not involved in the teams, the 11 as it is teams due to the tie for 10th place that will be involved a little later. We've got Finland, France, Romania, Ireland, Germany, Italy, Denmark, Belgium, Spain, Poland and Great Britain. And we'll come to that with their 4 riders of each team. But all the riders that are obviously still looking to try and qualify for the children's medals final, which will take place here tomorrow morning, they have the opportunity to go ahead. So let's kick off with Eva Mendelia riding L'Arezzo. Now they come in reverse order of merit over their performances from the last couple of days. So we kick off with this partnership a little bit later, but this was their individual rider. So good luck to everybody that's taking part. We've seen some tremendous riding over the past few days. This course set by Bart Vonnick, as they have all week, and they've been brilliantly designed. Just watching going down through that combination there, 5A, B and C. This track has a time allowed of 76 seconds. It's set at a height of 1.30 meter. Strike distance there, and then they come back on themselves to 9. She's doing a brilliant job at the moment, riding this really nicely. Jumped from some strong teams this year, including Zidovic when she was on the winning team with that ride. But Eva Mendelia has had a strong start this morning. Sadly, that score over the last couple of days means that she's on a championship total of 115. But what a start, what a way maybe to finish her championship on a 2 penalty score. Just picking up time penalties, 77.36, so just over the 76 seconds. That will give a huge amount of encouragement to everybody that is still to come. Nice to see just how rideable this track is, although I'm sure it'll have its moments where it'll catch 1 or 2. But, as I said, a lot of talent up and down the order. Just because they may have had a bad couple of days so far doesn't mean today will go the same way. Quite often we've seen already how combinations can settle in a little bit and then can finish on a positive. Obviously, for anybody as an individual or anybody that doesn't get through to the individual finals, then this would be their last competition. A little bit of a moment or a little pause for whatever reason, we'll find out before we see our next partnership in this stunning surfaced arena. In fact, we have one not starting, which is why there's a pause. That was Alessandro Ventura, who has, I'm told, decided not to start. For those of you that are wanting to keep an eye on the teams this morning, obviously we have got quite a few individuals to get through. The team final, because there is also then a break before we start the 10 teams. That is due to kick off at 11:44, so let's just say 11:45 local time. Well, we have a horse, we have a rider, therefore we're good to go. Turn of Sophia Aurelia Georges riding here. No, it's not, because that partnership is also not starting, as the Turkish flag may well give away to us. This is Darren Szu riding careful. This gelding, Dutch warm blood by Colossus LL. It's a championship score of 57 in her first international season. Just waiting for the bell to start the countdown. And sadly, she's had that fence down now. Just to be clear, the score you can see in the bottom right-hand corner under the time is the individual total for the championship. So we had Darren, who started today on a score of 57. Obviously, with the fence down, moves on to 61. Of course, with the children's, unlike the juniors and the young riders, their opening competition on the first day is a one-round Fulton time, not a table C. So therefore, so you start off with a lot of clears, and then that slowly whittles down. So carrying the 8 so far for this round, making 12. And picking up a total of 19 there. So with 19 added in, they move on to a total score of 76. So the score of 19 was 12 for jumping, 7 for time. Little replay of them coming down to the last, that slightly curved line, 6 strides. This is next riding here for Israel. Mohammed Shaffrey riding London Beat by El Salvador, this gelding. This was their first international appearance riding at these European Championships. Just looking a little bit towards the in-gate there as they came around the corner. Oh, unfortunately just... Ooh, oh, that is a shame. Just ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time with that stride. Certainly can understand why we're hobbling a little bit, but he's walked that off well. He said, no, I'm fine. I think the horse is already heading back for a polo at the warm-up gate. What a shame that is for Mohammed Shaffrey and London Beat. It's, as I say, been their international debut here at these European Championships. Sadly, just hasn't quite come off. Portugal go next. This is Eduard Bor riding Major's Pleasures. Major's Pleasure. First international championships for her. Scored 16 on day 1, 24 on day 2, and therefore on a total of 40 as she starts here and now. He started competing in international competitions last year, and then has come into the reckoning this season, but sadly that upright round the corner there just perhaps coming as a little bit of a surprise. I think she's put her hand up to say she's going to retire, but I'll wait for that to be confirmed. Full marks to the arena team here. They've been working tirelessly. It's been a big week here in Pilberg, and they've put a huge amount of effort into putting this event on, and it has been done in style. And they have certainly given us a brilliant European Youth Championship. Of course, don't forget, next week we'll shuffle over to Belgium and to Centaur for the Pony European Show Jumping Championships. She knows it's just not quite come together today, and just all a little bit out of sorts, sadly, for Eduard Bor. So she decides, actually, let's just stop, and we will leave things at that point. Major's Pleasure and Eduard Bor giving a pony, or I should say a horse, nice little pat on the way out. Bad luck to those two. Now we welcome these two. It's the turn of this combination from Hungary. Leda Juhász riding Sim Karlsson S. Steingelding by Claudio's son. Well, she gets round, but unfortunately does incur a total of 20 today, and of course that adds on to the score. So a championship score there of 56 for Leda Juhász and Sim Carlson for Hungary. Well, now a partnership that ride for Norway. This is Lepala VA, ridden by Hedda Jacobsen, starting on a championship score of 33 today. She was part of the gold medal winning team this year at the Baltic Championship in the children's section, riding this horse. Also on the Winning Nations Cup team in Drammen back in May. Total of 16 so far. Well, that today is a total of 18. It's 2 for time and 16 for jumping, so that brings them onto a championship score there for Hedda Jacobsen of 51. Back with Turkey, Kiramsis Izmir, another who is making her championship debut, and in fact in her first season of international competition, riding Kali de Ulshi is gelding the next up then for Turkey. Had an 8 penalty score on day 1 and 20 on day 2. On the 8. Becomes 12. And then just got a little bit deep into the bottom of the plank. So they finish today on a score of 16. It moves their championship total up to 44. Kiramsis Izmir and Kali de Ulshi. First senior championships, though. Learning with every stride, as is the case with all of these young jockeys. Czech Republic go next. And this is Andriana Pososi riding Konkaba, the stallion by Contargos, another on their championship debut. Unfortunately, that early upright goes down. This combination that have been together for the last couple of years have jumped on the Nations Cup team in Zurich back in April. Today, just coming across that H-strided curved line brings you into that double. Then you come round into these final three fences again, all built on a curve. Seven strides to the plank, 6 strides to the last. Jumps that final fence to finish on a score of 16, and I take that back because that was in fact, no, the graphic's wrong. I'll stick with what I said in the first place. Apologies. That was Andrea Papesvilla. Suddenly thinking I'd given you the wrong rider, which wouldn't be impossible, but on this occasion the graphic had changed. We will see Leoni in a moment for the Swiss. Leoni Alessandra Pelloni riding Jarabella TS. Here they are. Sadly for the Swiss team, unable to get themselves into the team final today. So this mare, 10 years of age, by Berlin, another rider on her championship debut. These two were second in May in the Children's Grand Prix in Busto Aruzzio. Also on the podium in Hagen with their Nations Cup team. As you can see, started today on a score of 25. That came from day one. They actually jumped a lovely clear round here yesterday. Well, this is looking strong. At the moment, the best score we've had around this course was Eva Mendolia, who scored a... Oh no! Scored 2. Suddenly just ended up too deep. The momentum all seeping away from that. They're going to pick up just the score of 4. They're well in on the clock, aren't they? Look at that, 72.25. So close to being a clear. Unfortunately, it wasn't, but it was still a really strong performance from Leoni. As I said, she's jumped 2 really good rounds over the last couple of days. Unfortunate, the opening day has counted against them. For the moment, though, her championship score of 29 is the best we have seen. But there's a lot of clears and things to come later. Well, we're going to move onwards to Gulara Özcan now, riding Mystic Lady Vanti Bushahov. Combination next up riding for Turkey. That has sadly gone. That second fence has caught out 1 or 2 already this morning. Just the upright, but these two rode at the Balkan Championships last year in Marco Polo in that Olympic Equestrian Centre in Greece, in Athens. Sorry, so they were on the team there. Another that was doing all she could to perhaps just keep a little bit of control there, because you could see how Mystic Lady was certainly rushing, and Guala having to just say, hang on a moment, just wait. If you slow down a little bit, we can jump them. She did a cracking job in places, just gets caught out and ends up on a total of 12 there. 36, a championship score. Next to come forward will be Sweden's Melody Olunga. So far a championship score of 21, 13 and 8 over the opening days. And Sweden will be disappointed they didn't quite make it into the team final. The name of this horse is Low Hill I Know Dat. What a great name that is. This stallion by Crank Diamond. Jumped well just recently in Stockholm alongside the Global Tour, where they have those youth classes. They were on the Nations Cup team that finished on the podium as well in Drammen. Early fences already counting against them. Well, they finish on a total of 16, Melody Ollinger and Low Hill I Know Dat. So, 16 today brings their championship score up to a total of 37. Look to the two of them. Still no clears around this course, although, as I mentioned, we saw that partnership from Belgium jump round for a total of 2, which was 2 time penalties, but was cleared jumping. Jonathan Kremer now, another individual joining us. This again is Israel. Endoli de Vitali is sadly just stopping at the first. What a shame. This mare, 10 years of age, been riding this horse now for the last couple of years, has jumped in a few international shows. It's their first time at a championship, I believe. Right, gonna have another go. And that is the end. The second refusal is the end, unfortunately, there for Jonathan Kremer. Never really got going today. Bad luck, Jonathan, and Endoli de Vitalis. Well, as one departs, one arrives, and riding now is going to be Kaja Kropec, riding for Slovenia, riding in a second European Championships for children, having ridden in Minore in Italy last year on Concordia 41. This year riding Edith Piaf HF. So there's a partnership that scored 16 on day 1, 4 on day 2, and is on a total of 20 starting out today. She still has Concordia, and I'm sure it would have been a relative relatively tough decision between the two, but Edith and Kaja Kropec start today. So far, just keeping it to the 4. Nicely done through the double. See the red line on top of the time, which means there is a time penalty or two to be added on there, which is a total of 4 for time and 4 for jumping. So 8 is the score for Kaja Kropec. At the moment, the best score for the championship individuals we've seen, because she finishes on a total of 28 there for Slovenia in her second appearance at a Youth European Championships. Well, the next to go, the orange jacket, is a little giveaway because it's, of course, for our hosts here, the Netherlands, and Joep Schaap going next. Sadly, though, for the Dutch, they didn't qualify for the team final. It's a partnership on a total of 20. This is Le Folk and Joep Schaap. Stood on the podium as part of the Dutch team this year in Linz with this ride when they finished in second place, also in Pistorizio when he rode his other ride, Abervale Diamant team again finishing there in second. Still clear so far today though. What a great way to perhaps finish their championships this could be, and what a boost it will be for them if they can get over this final fence. The clock is the only thing that might count against them, because they look like they're going to jump the fences, and they've done that. They've left them all standing, but they are just over the 76-second time allowed. Still we wait for a clear. That time, all part of the test, as we would know, is as important as jumping the fences themselves, and he's got within 0.27 of a clear round, but that is a brilliant round. Well done, Joep Schaap there. 21 his championship score, 21 for that young man for the Netherlands. Now we have Anic Michel riding for Switzerland with Destin de the Sky. Current championship score is 20. These two on the podium in Hagen. Nice round. I think the course is excellent, very rideable. There's enough to keep them concentrating and thinking, and the time, of course, playing a little bit of a role as well in making sure they stay forward. The clear round will come. In fact, it could come now because these two certainly looking strong at the moment, and they've kept this well in. Are they going to be well in? They should be in. Yes, there's the clear. Well done, Anic Michel. It is the clear round, the first of the day. Well in on the clock. Sticks on that score of 20 as an individual for this championship. The best of the scores so far then for that young star from Switzerland. There's a big smile. Right, on we move to Monaco. Amelia Banks Clark riding Uma Z. This mare by Untouchable. It's her second European Championship, having ridden on Hokan in Italy last year in the Children's Europeans. This is a ride. She actually rode this horse last year a little bit, and then really got going again back in March this year, and unfortunately just now going to have to come again to the combination. Picking up time penalty, sadly, as well, due to the stop, will increase the score. And that means they pick up a total of 12 for jumping, 13 for time, 25 today for Amelia Banks Clark and Zed. Well, the next to go is an individual who rides for Germany. This is Charlotte Bocken riding Keisha, mare by Kaiser Wind. They rode on the team in Hagen this year, finishing there in third. First fence, unfortunately, going down. The championship score they started on today was 17, having scored 5 and 12 over the previous 2 days. Done a really good job of keeping her composure here, because she'll have inevitably felt a little disappointed once that first fence had fallen, but she's kept going And she's riding well, just having to keep the control, coming down now towards the final fence. Jumps the rest of them without any trouble. So it is just the 4 to add in today for Charlotte. She moves on to a championship total of 21. So one clear round around this course so far, coming from Anic Michel and Destin Duskadai. This is the turn of the Netherlands again now. Riding is Mayke Leusink, riding Galabok Z. Part of the Dutch team that finished in second place in Linz in Austria at the start of May. Jump combination nicely still clear at the moment. Of course, the first of the Dutch riders we saw today, Joep Schaap, getting a good round in, just unfortunately picking up a time penalty. Well, that one fence stands between them and the clear, but again, it shows there's a lot of quality there for the Dutch. It's just sad to say that they're not in the teams, and though a nice positive finish, you can see she's happy with that. So that was Mayke Leusink riding Gabriel Z, finishing on 4. Next to go, this combination riding for Estonia. It is Emili Kalde riding Iberia. Their championship score so far is 16, 8 on each day. This mare is by I'm Special Demouche, 9-year-old. Rode to the Baltic Championships last month. Ooh. Just a little bit off coming down to the combination. Meant they weren't going to be able to take that on. I'm not sure what's happened there. She's just... Is she going to come again? Just trying to find a line, I think, to approach that. Having a conversation with the team on the side, just trying to make a decision as to what to do. It's always a little awkward when you stop at a combination or have a problem at a combination, because quite often it's much harder to come back for a combination, and that second refusal is elimination. Often you'll see them retire and then just jump a fence. They are going to be told, maybe go and jump a fence, finish positively. Bad luck to Emili Kalde and Iberia there for Estonia. They're going to jump a fence? Yeah, they're going to come back and jump number 2. There we go, positive finish. Owen trots the next. for Bulgaria, Laura Chalakova, riding Venevidovici, the Hanoverian gelding by Valentino. Starting on a championship score today of 16. That starts on that score. Just not sure the Bella's gone, which is why she hasn't started yet. Came here last month to jump in the 1 star as a warm-up to get ready for this. Well, they finish with 12 for jumping, 2 for time. Big smile there, she got to the finish. Happy with that. Well done, you two. Venevidovici and Laura Chakalakova. So riding there for Bulgaria. One more to go before we take a little bit of an arena maintenance break for 10 minutes, and it is Ireland. Their individual rider is Daisy O'Day, starting today on a championship score of 13, 8 and 5 over the previous 2 days. The stallion by VDL's Morocco Blue is the CSF Zurich. There's his first international season. Ooh, just losing a little bit of momentum in the air there, and they did well together to get out over the final part. But that's a shame because it's sort of getting now into the region of, I always think when you get to about 12 penalties now, we start to look towards those that maybe with a clear could still yet find their way through to the individual final tomorrow. It'll all depend on how it all settles in at the end. She did really well to recover after that. She kept her head down, kept working with her horse. CSS Zurich, Daisy O'Day there for Ireland. So, what is that? 3 times 4 jumping, 7 in all. And a total of 20 for the championship, which actually is tied level at the top at the moment. Well, we're going to take a little bit of a break, 10 minutes, and then we're going to come back with the remaining individual riders before we then look towards those teams in the team final. Team medals on offer here for our children's competitors this morning. And then 3 o'clock this afternoon, it all begins with the individual final for the juniors. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time. Welcome back. Here we go. Getting ready to restart here on finals day for the children. The team final not that far off starting, but we are working our way through some very important individual rounds to build up to that, because of course all the individual performances counting towards the qualification for the individual final that will take place here tomorrow. Talking of individual finals, don't forget we have the first of them for the juniors here this afternoon. So looking forward to that one. Right, on we go. This is Lauren Karai riding for Celebration now. We kick things off with this combination for Hungary. Starting today at a championship score individually of 13. Jumped into the top 5 in Barcelona in the Grand Prix, the Children's Grand Prix, last month. It's their first championship appearance. Unfortunately, adding 4 on. Lauren Curley and for Celebration. So they get to the end, they finish on a score today of 20, 16 for jumping, 4 for time, adding into their totals from the previous days. So 20 is the best championship score of those riders that have finished. Of course, they're coming forward in reverse order of merit, so we're seeing the better scores individually still to come. Now we're moving into those on a score of 12, starting with Matilda Lson here and over 9 for the Swiss. You'd start to think that a 12 penalty score might be good enough later to get you through, so clear rounds again going to prove quite important. Now the best round we've had one clear over this course from the 25 starters we've seen. That was from the first of the Swiss riders, Anic Michel and Destin. Can this teammate follow it up? They were on the podium in Hagen together. Move them on to 16, as you can see in the bottom right hand corner. That is the championship score. That would still be the best of those so far. Time penalties as well, 3 of those, 4 for jumping, 7 is the score today, which will move Matilda Lson there onto a championship score of 19, which actually is still the best of the championship scores at the moment by a single penalty. So, at least for the moment it puts on top, but there's a lot of jumping still to come. Well, we have another for the Swiss in a moment or so, because it'll be Lorena Stella, Switzerland, as we've mentioned, don't qualify for the team final to come here this morning. There are 11 teams because of the tie in 10th between France and Finland. But Finland, France, Romania, Ireland, Germany, Italy, Denmark, Belgium, Spain, Poland and Great Britain have all qualified teams. Now Lorena Stella riding E. Borussia. Another, as I say, for the Swiss, also starting on a championship score of 12, and another that was already on a team this year. They jumped in Bustorizio on the podium there as part of the team. Also rode in Linz this year as well. Tricky little line, that 3 strides. Brought them up to 16 for the championship, 4 for today. Well, Lorena Stella and Borussia there just the 4 today. It is the best for the championship though at the moment. 16 overall. Whether that's enough to push them into the individual finals, only time will tell with that mare. Well, now Patrick Coppettrini for the Czech Republic, another team that just missed out on qualification for the team final. Riding here with Cora 685, 8 on day 1, 4 on day 2. Cora and Patrick had a nice win in the Children's Grand Prix in Samarin last month. See how quickly things begin to change. Ooh. And very well done there, Patrick. Just calmed the horse, gave it a little bit of confidence by just taking a bit of pace out of that, coming down to the double after the problem at the fence beforehand. So Patrick Coppettrini, Cora 685 is just finished there, and their score today is 8, so that puts their championship total to 20. Well, the next to go is another for the Czech Republic, also on a championship score of 12 so far. They jumped clear on day 1. Sadly for them, they picked up 12 penalties yesterday. It's the second appearance at a European Championship for Andriana Hova. This year riding Entris d'Austral, having ridden Ben Hur last year in Italy. Certainly one of the more experienced riders on the squad for the children for the Czech team this year. Been a regular Nations Cup rider over the last few years in the children's teams. Just to remind you, that time allowed is 76 seconds, and that is the only thing I'm looking at, thinking, can she get in just over? Still a superb round, absolutely brilliant. I mean, how things could be different on any given day, because today just that single time penalty, of course, clear on day one. It was the round yesterday that sadly cost her, but 13 now puts her on top of the leaderboard as far as the individual championship goes. And like I said, you're just going to have to wait and see, because you'd think 30 would qualify. Of course, if there's equality of faults, it could well mean a few extras go through. It'll all depend how it all settles down, and of course, because all the team riders are also going to be riding as individuals, we won't actually know that until the end of the teams. Nevertheless, good strong round from Andriana Hova. Next on course, and in fact already underway, is this partnership for Norway, and Elsa Stanvan riding Casemiro CC, the Holstein gelding by Cassius. Starting on a championship score of 9, so you're certainly moving now in to the combinations with a real chance. Sadly, that one fence, though, already putting them on 13, but that would be good enough for a tie of the lead at the moment. She was on the gold medal winning team for Norway last month in Denmark at the Balkan Championships. That plank just adding to the score, unfortunately, so it'll become 16 for Elsa. She had 9 yesterday, so it'll be a total of 17. My apologies. Best score at the moment, Andriana Hova 13. But this combination, next up for Norway, start today on a score of 8, so we're into the 8 falters now. Philippa H riding Nildans. 4 on both days of jumping so far, and was on as well with Elsa, who we were just watching. These two were teammates on that gold medal winning team in Denmark at the Balkan Championships last month. Riding a different horse there called Love Actually. Bringing this one, though, the gelding by Neapol, to these Europeans. Oof. Just kept moving over to the right hand side down that line. And there's the 4 that adds to the score. Well, it's 8 for this round, and that will mean that she moves on to a score of 16 come the end of it all, and goes into equal second place for the moment. Philippa H and Nildans. So 13 is still the best, so that single time penalty round from Andriana Hova is certainly paying dividends at the moment. The one and only clear round of Anic Michel the Swiss rider who ended up on a championship score of 20. Still holding on to 6th place, so that's really worked for her as well. This is another that starts on 8. This is Baptista Bal for France. Of course, the French team will appear a little later, so this is their 5th rider, the individual. Riding Gulara Özcan now on that score of 4, unfortunately. If he can keep it to the 4, he'll go to the top for the moment, because it'll be 12 versus the 13 that leads. In on the clock. So it is just the 4. And it will move Baptista Bal there to the top of the leaderboard in the individual standings on a 12 penalty score. Un amour de Shaffrey. They jumped clear yesterday, 8 on day 1. Well, the next to go also starts on 8. They did, well, they collected their 8 the other way round, these next 2. They jumped clear on day 1 and picked up 8 yesterday. Delma Pososi riding maybe 112 then for Hungary. Prince of Persia at the Europeans last year. So with that score of 4 already, so far none of the 8 penalty scores have managed to find their way clear to stick on the 8. Well, there's a time penalty or 2. In fact, what have we got? 4 for time and 4 for jumping. So 8 is the score for Delma Pososi there, and maybe they will also move on to a championship score for Hungary of 16. Still a few more that are sat on 8 penalties to go. Like I said, I think a clear now is going to go a huge way to putting you into the finals. If they can keep it on 8. Could these 2 do it for Italy? Their first championships here this year. This is Gabriel Minuki riding Diablo Z. 4 penalties on each occasion over the past 2 rounds of jumping with this Diamantis Emili side gelding. Diablo's Head. Part of the Italian team that finished 3rd in Zedovic. Also on the podium with the team in Linz. Oh, they have 8 to score today, and still none of those starting on 8 as of yet have managed to deliver the clear that would keep them there. They move on to a score of 16, so for the moment are in equal 3rd place. The best score individually as it stands is still that championship score from Baptiste Bogolt of 12. And then Andriana Hova on 13 before you move into the 16. There's still more to go, though, that start on 8, including these 2. This is a combination for Great Britain, their individuals, and this is Lottie Adams and Khaleesi OL. Jumped a lovely clear round on the opening day. Unfortunate couple of fences yesterday. Part of that Nations Cup team in Zedovic back at the end of May that finished in 2nd place. Also on the podium when they went there in April, but unfortunately today already had a couple of fences down, sadly. It's her first year of jumping internationally, and she's done a tremendous job with those team performances because she was also on the podium in France. Ooh, a time penalty, sadly. Which will, of course, just put her out of sync on the 16s. It'll move her on to 17. There's Lottie and Khaleesi OL. That's at the championship debut, 1st year internationally. Put in some good performances. That means we move on in a moment to another combination that start. In fact, it's the last of those for now that we'll see that start on an 8 penalty score. This is here Sirmadida riding Shavuotis for Hungary on that 8 penalty score, having scored 4 penalties each day. Little tap there. Still okay over the little water tray. They won the Grand Prix in Barcelona last month, these 2. Oh, no, 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 no. Air jacket's gone off. I know, horse is just saying, I'll just wait here for a moment while you fix this, please, Mum. There. Just perhaps needs to undo a strap or two before she can put the bridle back on. Glad to see that everybody is A-OK. Oh, here comes the head collar. We're going to put the head collar on now instead. It's much easier. Bad luck there to those two. But able to walk away. But disappointing end. Well, meanwhile, trotting around is Noah Phillips de Vist and Venture. So this for the Swiss, and now we move into a combination that are on 7 penalties for the championship so far. Actually, those 7 coming out of the opening day, they were clear yesterday in the second round of jumping. So, has a chance to, certainly set a standard now for everyone else. These two have jumped on a few teams this year. Only Noah's second season internationally. Has that gone? It has. Going into the double full, sadly. Still a score of 4 would only bring the score up to 11. The time's going to be okay, isn't it? Yes, it is. So 11 is the new leading score for the championship on an individual basis now for Leda Juhász. So as much as he was hoping for the clear, will 11 be enough to get him through to the individual final? We'll wait to see. Still only 1 clear round over this course out of the 38 that have jumped it. Of course, we've had 3 riders with time penalties, although they've jumped the fences clear, they picked up time faults. But still only Anic Michel. We are getting into the stronger partnerships, though, now with Marta Kuleshova and Ebony, these two who jumped clear on day 1 and scored 5 in the second round. So 5 is how it starts with this stallion, this Holstein stallion for Bulgaria. Certainly rattled that pole, but I think it has stayed where we need it, which is, of course, up. Really sitting and holding, trying to stand off that plank. Now coming to the last. The time is fine. Is this going to be another clear round? Yes, it is. Well done. Marta Kulesheva and Kaneberi for Bulgaria give us the second clear, but most importantly, that means that they finish today on a score of 5 so far for the championship, and that will, well, you'd hope and think maybe get them through to the finals. They were the sort of anomaly, the only combination on a score of 5. Look at the lovely reaction there. Well deserved. Now, Liv Linsen, we move into the combinations now that start individually on a score of 4. And for the Netherlands, riding Cini WZ. These two who finished in the top 10 last year individually in their first Europeans. The boxes as they go. They picked up 4 on day 1, jumped clear yesterday. So I think the Dutch were a little unlucky not to be able to find their way in to the team final today, but they're going to somehow make up for it by having strong rounds for their individuals. Brilliant, Liv Linsen, Cini WZ, clear again today. Very calm and relaxed. So we'll know that they will head into the team final within a fence of the leaders, which, you know, is exactly what you want. There's 2 rounds of jumping still to go in that team final, and a lot will happen. Not could, will. Laura Begay now, another on that score of 4. They were clear on day 1 and picked up 4 yesterday. This is Catalina. So this Westphalian mare by Cooper for Lithuania. Then Laura Bergeit trying now to keep herself on that score of 4. Now Liv has managed it. Like I said, because of the way this draw is, we'll come to those that are clear at the moment in a short while. But these stronger, perhaps more in-form partnerships still to come. Oh, has that gone? Yes, it has. It's just a little hard. I mean, you can tell by the sound, but sometimes they'll knock them and they'll stay, but that one definitely didn't. An 8 penalty score would put her into 3rd at the moment. And they'll have to wait and see. So it is 8, and Laura Bergeit there for Lithuania with a Catalina. We'll wait to see the outcome a little bit later as to if that is enough. So 1 on 4 is the best so far. Next up, for the Czech Republic, this is Vanessa Haka riding Illusion Another of the partnerships that started today on a 4 penalty score. Clear day 1, 4 yesterday. He started with this ride back in March of this year. Jumped on the Nations Cup team in Linz. They've had some solid results though. Three to go. Oh no. Vanessa sadly has the last rail down, and you can just see she pats the horse. The sort of deflated look, which is so understandable because she'd ridden brilliantly. Jumped so many and done all of what was required with her ride, but unfortunately down it goes right at the end, and that of course meant that she moved on to an 8 penalty score. Vanessa Haka. Next to go is Sweden. And the last of those on 4 before we turn to some of the the clears. Nikki Anderson, K and T Kabakui. Another that rides in their second championship. This stallion by Cabochon. What a misstep that was. I'm glad to see both are absolutely fine, and of course that sudden noise you hear is the air jackets, which are this phenomenal invention in this sport, going off. But Nikki Anderson and K&T Quebec, disappointingly for them, have to walk away. No sign that was coming, and unfortunately very much out the blue for a partnership that were very much in contention. Right, now we turn to those on 0 scores so far, the clears across both of the opening rounds. We're going to start with these two for Portugal. Diana Ferreira Pinto. We've got 2 for Portugal. And Portugal actually came in the team. Obviously they haven't qualified, but they actually only brought 3 riders with them, and it was remarkable to see 2 of them going clear on both days. So Diana Ferreira Pinto certainly looking to improve on last year when she rode at the Europeans. Portugal, who did get into the top 10 last year as a team, that was. That, though, was all with Escudi, this time with Action Boy Z, the Action Breaker Stallion. And this is where it all begins to move around, because there is the first fence these two have had down at this championships, and that's why we're not going to quite know what scores get you through until we get to the end of all the, not only individuals, but teams as well. Of course, I'm pretty sure a 4 penalty score will see you through to the final, but when you're looking towards those individual medals, it is all about consistency. It's all about just constantly going clear, 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 trying to give yourself that chance to be there come the end. Well done. But it is 4. And that will be the new score for Diana Ferrapinto, which means she is now tied level with Liv Linsen. So that clear round from Liv Linsen certainly reaping its benefits already. 5 more to go before we take that break and set things up for the teams. These final 5 we're going to see, of course, all coming back on a 0 score. This, the turn now of the other partnership for Portugal. It is Filipe Miguen's Matilda Costa. He's riding Column des Quartz. This is the 3rd time. Yeah, 3rd time Filipe has ridden at the Europeans. He rode this horse in the 2022 Europeans in Spain, rode IMB last year. Got a nice rhythm to the way he rides, but he might just need to be a little bit careful with the time allowed. Get very close to the time. He's just been too steady. And of course, he may well leave the fences up, and he has, but 2 time penalties means that he'll be slightly out of kilter in terms of trying to hold on to the leaders in one respect, but at least he's kept himself ahead of the 4s. He leads for the moment, and he hasn't yet had a fence down over the course of this championship, but 2 time penalties now there for Filipe Miguen's Matilda Costa. Has been jumping quite brilliantly. Will one of the final 4 deliver a clear? Will we get that maybe from these 2? Twiggy Josephine Asunder riding Quinny for Norway. So, yeah, this mare by Contender. Ooh, no. Just dive through that fence. And so they are on 4. Filipe keeping the advantage for the moment. Need to get their pedal back. They've only got 1 at the moment. They've just about managed to do that. These 2 also on that winning team for Norway at the Balkan Championships. Well, that falls to push them on to a score of 8. So they'll move into equal 5th if they stay on 8, which they have. As Twiggy Josephine Asunder there, after 2 clear rounds over 2 days. On day 3, picks up a score of 8 penalties. And so at the moment, still the best score is a 2 penalty score from Filipe Miguel's Matilda Costa from Portugal. And we've got 2 on 4, Liv Linsen and Diana Fiera Pinto. Stella Normand next with Cisri Delahaye, the one Dutch rider that could finish on a clear 0 score going into those finals. But for that to happen, they need to leave them all standing today. Cisri Delahaye then by Norman Prépois. Stella, who rode at the Europeans last year on Go-Go. Again, the clear round is elusive. So, those 2 penalties from Filipe Miguel's Matilda Costa still keeping him clear in front. Just the 4, but it is 4. And that means that Stella Normand joins the other Dutch rider, Liv Linsen, alongside Portugal's Diana Fiera Pinto on a individual score of 4 going into the individual final tomorrow. And that 2 penalty score is still holding sway at the top for the moment, because there are still 2 to go individually here that both come forward with clear rounds at this point. Pina Cenko for Monaco, first of these 2, with Orienta Van Het Ogued riding in her 3rd European Championships. And again, the clear round proves elusive. Gentle little tap, but down it goes for 4. And Filipe Miguel's Matilda Costa. Wow, that 2 penalty score is looking brighter and brighter. Well, 8 it is, and that, as we know, will put them into a equal spot at the moment. On 8 is equals 6th. It'll be enough to see them through now. I'm starting to think 8 will, of course, make it into that final, but we obviously can't confirm that at the moment. Right, the last of the individual-only riders before we take a little break and then set things up for the teams is Hendrick G. Can we get to the end with one rider on a 0 score? There are, I believe, if I've got my adding up correct, 12 riders who could yet finish on a 0 score that form parts of the teams. So there's plenty more that will have that chance to complete on a 0 score going into the individual final. But that'll to come a little bit later on as we go through the team finals. But right now, from those just competing individually, this is the last one. So far, so good. As I say, a little bit disappointing for Sweden not to get through to the team final, but this is the first championship for Hendrick and Quasar Vanti Elm goes. That gone? It has gone, and that means we still don't have a treble clear. Disappointingly for Hendrick, he'll know that it's that one fence that he now sees on his score, and 4 there with Quasar. So, as I say, there are still 12, and I can't believe we won't get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe more of those going treble clear. But who knows? At the moment, we have jumped, what, of 48 riders so far. Only actually 3 of them have negotiated a clear inside the time. And in terms of the overall championship, from the individual standpoint, Filipe Miguens Costa leads on his own on a championship score of 2. We have 4 riders tied on 4. Liv Linsen, Diana Fierro-Pinto, Stella Haggers, and Hendrick there at the end. So now we're going to take a break for 30 minutes. We're running a little bit behind time, we are. But either which way, a 30-minute break, and then we begin with the teams. So, 11 teams coming forward, because there was a tie for 10th place. 3 of those teams are absolutely level. There are 3 teams on 0 coming back, but it'll certainly be fascinating. That is next. Team medals to be decided here from the Jumping European Championships for Youth. We'll be back very soon. Here we go then. We are ready for the team final for the Children's European Championships of Youth for 2024 here at Pielbergen. Good luck to these 11 teams. There was a tie in 10th between France and Finland, so we will see, of course, these teams kick things off. They're going to come in reverse order of merit from the scores, 15 apiece for France and Finland. Romania and Ireland both on 12. Germany and Italy both on 9. Denmark and Belgium both on 8. And then Great Britain, Poland and Spain, all three are on a clear. It is going to be a fascinating hour or so, maybe even a jump off, we don't know. But we're going to kick off with Chloe Tam Hai as the first to go. Chloe, who has jumped clear in 8 over the opening 2 days in her first European Championship performance for France. Riding here with a Contessa de TGZ. This course of the same as we've been watching over those 50 or so individuals this morning. And actually over those, I think it was 48 of them we watched. There were only 3 clears around this course. We've seen a few go round clear jumping but pick up time, and already we've seen a fence fall. The time allowed, to remind you, is set at 76 seconds. Well, they finish on 8 penalties for today. What you're seeing when it says 16 in the corner is, in fact, their individual total for the event, for their individual championship score. But it is a score of 8 today for Chloe Tam Hai. So we'll just keep that in mind as we're going through. I'll try and remind you all. Don't want anyone to get confused. Olivia Bost's team then kick things off, and next to go, it's the turn of Finland. Olivia Tumai next, riding Grau. Sargentinius Gelding, another partnership that find themselves as the first to go for their team. We've had a couple of difficult rounds over the last few days. Found themselves as the discard on both occasions. But we've seen with a fair few how come today things have improved. They were on the silver medal winning team, these two, in Denmark last month at the Baltic Championships. And the last goes, sadly, as well. So bringing up a score of 16 for the team here today. And that, at the end of it all, means that you've seen their championship score. But wait to see how that pans out, of course. One of the 4 results will be a discarded score again in this round. So 3 scores to count. Next to go, it is the turn of Ireland, who are one of 2 teams on a score of 12 alongside Romania. And Charlie Flynn getting them underway. Charlie riding Alia. This gelding, his first championship appearance, was on the winning team for Ireland in Hagen back in June. Also in Compiègne in France back in April. So far, Charlie as well has jumped clear on both occasions. And we should mention, from an individual standpoint, of those clear rounds that started out a little bit earlier, no one yet has managed to jump clear over all 3 days, and unfortunately that's still the same. Best individual scores actually are 2. Well, safe on the clock, but Ireland start with a score of 4 then from Charlie Flynn and Alia. So there's the scores coming up on the screen. Still could yet finish on a 12. For some reason the computer will always be showing you the worst outcome, whereas I will probably be talking the best potential outcome because it's easier to understand. If the next rider goes clear, this is what they could yet finish on. Now to Romania. Tremendous effort from the team riders to find their way through. This is Inia, who's so far jumped clear in 4 over the opening 2 rounds. Inia Maria Botia riding Kashmir. Stallion by Contendro. On 8, and in fact moving on to 12 overall, but it's 8 for this class. Ooh. Well, 16 is the score for this round, and 20, as you can see, is the total overall for the championship for the first of the Romanian riders. Still waiting to see who can perhaps bring the clear to bear. So that was Inia Maria Botia riding Kashmir 31. Next up, Italy. Now we move on to 1 or 2 teams that start on a score of 9 today. Italy and Germany tied level on that 9 penalty score. First championship appearance for Andrea Pisani. H5 Zapper Zerap. This Dutch gelding by Zapatero. Won the Children's Grand Prix with his other horse in Zudovic back in June. Falling down, certainly. So on a score of 4 today. That's they're on 5 for the championship when they started. That is 8 today, 13 in all. And for the moment, though, Italy, of course, could still hold that as a discard score. They're just going to have to wait and see how their other riders get on. As I said, Italy, who are tied with Germany on that score of 9. Germany next up, and this will be a fascinating round. Of course, Germany are the defending champions as well. They won the gold last year. This young lady was part of that gold medal winning team. It is Brian Birbam riding Carrero TZ. Now she is another that has so far been clear across the event, so could she be the first from an individual standpoint to deliver a clear? And of course, if from a German team perspective she can get this off and running with a clear, that will certainly bolster their chances. There is a little bit of a gap, of course, with 3 teams on 0 scores coming into today in the medal positions, and then it's the 8s and 9s next up. But if somebody's going to make a oh no, has that gone? And still, unbelievable. For the score, Brianna Birbam drops back, and well, there's all sorts of interest in that now with how the individuals really beginning to come to bear. But today is more to do with the teams, and from, well, a team perspective, Germany will have, I'm sure, been hoping really to get a clear on the board and try to move forward. Unfortunately, that hasn't quite worked out that way, but they still have 3 riders to go, and if they all jump clear, they'll at least stay where they started, and that's what these teams really need, the likes of Italy, Germany, now Belgium, and then Denmark, so that it gives them that chance to move up if the others make mistakes. So this is now the turn of Jisk van der Rijn. Again, that 4 penalty score you can see is her individual total so far over the course of the event, not the score for this round. She has jumped to clear in 4 over the last couple of days. Now on for today, though, and that again, this is 1 or 2 teams tied, so time penalty to add to the 4, so it is a score of 5 for Belgium's first rider. And that's the fence that went, the time penalty added on. So Belgium then, the first of these 2 teams on 8. That's a score of 5. So let's go to the second team on 8. That's the Danish team, and this, of course, a team that have just finished in bronze in the Baltic Championships. Zander Reinhold Fredlund, the first to go here now for the team, with Katarina Ask, clear in 4 over the past couple of days. So far, so good. This is a fabulous round. These final fences still to go, though. Wow. There's the clear. That's a big boost for Denmark. Well done, Sander. What a tremendous performance it is. So the clear round delivered for Denmark, and I mean that's a big boost for him individually as well. But Zander getting the Danish off and running, and that's what I mean. They want to be able to put a bit of pressure on these teams that are to come. Well, the next to go, it is the first of the quartet for Great Britain, and their chef to keep, Claire Whitaker. And Emily Gulliver will start things off. She was part of that bronze medal winning team last year in Italy for the children. It's her third appearance in the Children's European Championships, and having jumped clear in 8 over the opening 2 days with this lovely mare called Glamour. This, of course, Great Britain, the first of these 3 teams on a 0 score starting out today. A straight battle at the top for the podium between Great Britain, Poland and Spain. What a start for the British. They'll be delighted. The Pathfinder, Emily Gulliver, in her 3rd European Championships. With the bronze last year. Ooh, stay on, Emily. With the bronze last year. Trying to make sure there's a medal to go home this year, and she's done all she can for the team. Delivers the clear. And there we go. Well done, Emily Gulliver. So, by going first of these 3 teams, it allows the British, I guess, to put the pressure on. Now it's Iga Jaworska of Poland. With Wars, this gelding by Spartacus. First European Championship outing here this year. It's ridden on the Nations Cup teams already this year, of course. Jumped a lovely double clear in Sambrun. Jumped well in the Nations Cup in Zudovic as well. But she has already had the 4 today, and that could turn out to be costly. A score that you see on the screen, to remind you, is the championship score. That came from a 12 penalty round yesterday. She had jumped clear on day 1. And now it becomes 8 today. The championship score you see there of 24, but it is a score of 12 for this round that will count. And that makes for a difficult start for Poland, but as you can see yesterday, they bounced back from a difficult round to see their next 3 riders all go clear, and that's what they're going to need to repeat here today, because that 12 now being tucked away as a discard. One more team to go in this opening rotation of riders, and that the other team, of course, that sit on a 0 score. And it's another rider with the opportunity to jump clear across 3 rounds to boost their individual hopes. It's Alexandra Hest that goes next. Clear on both days so far. Will she be the first to achieve that triple clear? Most importantly, can she get the clear for Spain on the board in these early phases of this European Championship team final? Riding here with Coraline. Team ride. And new ride at the end of last year, first season on the teams. Jumped in France, Italy, and in Germany. So far, so good. Keeping a nice forward rhythm to the round. This could be a really good start for Spain as well then. They match what the British managed with these teams on 0 scores by getting their first rider to go clear. And as important as that is for the Spanish team here today, and trust me, that is so important. Well done, Alexandra Hest. She now leads the way from an individual standpoint. She's the first rider to achieve that treble clear across all 3 rounds of competing. Right. 1 apiece has gone from the teams. Now let's go back to where we started. We move now into the second rotation. So now we can start to see if things are going to move around a little because of those that are holding discards. If any faults come their way, they now get added on. So France up with now Louis Perrault. Louis, who has jumped clear an 8 over the last couple of days with this horse, Elita des Îles. Some good results this year with this horse in Saint-Tropez, in Fontainebleau, in Vichy. France, of course, holding a 16 in terms of their discard at the moment. Still clear. Getting a little quick, but certainly feeling relatively confident. Well done, France. I said they were holding a discard of 16, of course they meant 8, but they can keep it as a discard because Louis Perrault has just jumped them a clear with Elita des Îles. So fabulous round for the French. They stay for the moment on that best potential outcome of 15. So now it is Finland, of course, the team with the discard of 16. So this is Niita Tolonen. Niita, who has jumped for 4 and 11 over the past couple of days. Next up on this Finnish team. But as I've mentioned, these two were on the silver medal winning team at the Baltic Championships last month. They were on the team that was second in Drammen. Unfortunately, that now score of 4 moves the Finnish team on to 19 as a best outcome. it's time penalty or two, in fact 3 time for jumping. It's a score of 7 today, and that then moves the team onto a score of, I know it says 38 there, but they could yet finish on a score of 22 because of the discard that the graphic isn't displaying. Right. That means France now have the advantage over Finland for 10th place. Let's move to the 2 teams that started today on 12. Ireland, the first of those. Their opening combination, picking up a score of 4. Now the turn of Ted Fagan. Jumped clear on day 1, sadly picking up a total of 16 on the second day with Console. Part of that tremendous win on the Nations Cup in Hagen in Germany, also part of the winning Nations Cup team this year in France. Second season of international jumping, first time though they've been selected for these European Championships. Ooh, got a little bit high into the 3 strides, recovered that nicely, well ridden. Has that gone? I think it has. Yes, it has. Sadly, coming out of the double. They finish on the 4. Ted Fagan and Console. So Ireland now do have to count one of those 4 penalty scores, which means their best potential outcome is 16. I remind you, France now could yet finish on 15. So in real terms, after 2 riders, France have moved ahead of Ireland by 1 penalty. It was always going to be a little bit helter-skeltery today. There'll be twists and turns, whether you're going up or down. Right, Horia Butsiaz now for Romania. The first Romanian rider picking up a score of 16, so there's your discard. Of course, a clear round, though, now keeps you on the 12 and opens up a little bit of a gap to Ireland. This is Cadara de Chateau. First European Championship outing for these two, having been part of the silver medal children's team at the Balkan Games in Athens last year, where they finished 4th individually. Their individual performances so far have seen them jump for 4 and 4 over the show so far here in Pittelbergen. There's the 4 that counts, that brings them level with Ireland. That also gives France the chance to move ahead of Romania now as well. So France, of course, after 2 riders, will have moved up 2 places. Now they land on 8 for this round in the team final, and that score of 8 for Romania means that they now drop down onto a score of 20 as a best outcome. So France now ahead of Romania, and Ireland move a clear fence ahead of Romania. 15, 16 and 20, and of course Finland on 22. Those are the best potential scores for those teams so far. The next team we look at is Italy. Of course, the Italians and the Germans both tied on 9 as they started this day out, which didn't give them a fence over Ireland or Romania, but with those fences falling, they have a little bit of breathing room, but they want to move forward, not backwards. Now this is Maria Vittoria Garoffi riding Caffeine des Roches. And this is another partnership that so far has not touched a pole. They are clear in both rounds. We've seen them. Will they be the second combination alongside the Spanish rider Alexander Hirst from an individual standpoint to get themselves into that final tomorrow with a 0 score beside their name? They were on that winning Nations Cup team in Italy, in Pastorizio, back in May. Plank out of the way, final fence. This could be a big moment for the Italians, and it's certainly a big moment for Maria. Congratulations. Maria Vittoria Garoffi and Caffeine des Roches, clear, 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 yet to touch a pole at these European Championships, and that is a massive helping hand to the Italian score. They, for the moment, stay on that best potential outcome of 9 today. They can continue to hold the 8 as a discard, and it now means 2 riders tie level individually going into tomorrow as it is, but it's pressure on Germany now to respond to that clear from Italy. The German team with 4 penalty discard they're holding now. Maximilian Kolger next up. Clear and 4 over the opening 2 days of riding. And now here with Chafoki, there's gelding by Ciccato. Part of the team that finished 3rd in Hagen, their home Nations Cup, just a few weeks back. First season for Max jumping on teams, first championship. And already finding his role absolutely key for the German team here today, and he's working hard at it. Ooh, still okay. Delivers for Germany when they need it. What amazing performances these young jockeys are delivering. Handling the pressure, which I'm sure within each individual team is palpable. They all want to win. They all want to do their best. They all love their horses, and they all want to achieve something here today. And they'll put the pressure on themselves. They don't need to be told. And to handle it like that, well done to Max. Delivers the clear for Germany, so they stay level on that 9. Now we turn to Belgium, trying to keep themselves ahead of Germany and Italy, because of course their first rider had 5 and they've only got a full 1 penalty in hand over the 2 teams we've just seen. This now is the turn of Jérôme Dunut. Jumped a clear round yesterday after a difficult start in the first round. Here with Humour Noir de Crin. It's gelding by Canan. Was on the winning team, Zidovic. Also on the team that finished 2nd in France. He may have struggled on day one, but what a performance for the Belgium team that is. From Jeroen Junut and Benoit Decrin, clear yesterday and clear again today to ensure he's done everything possible to help Belgium. And they, as I said, were in real need of that, having already got a discard. That means they can hold their advantage of a penalty over Germany and Italy. And salutes the crowd, they salute him, he salutes his horse. Laura Solskjaer now, the Danish team, already with the advantage of that clear round from their opening rider, Azander and Hofredsland. Now Laura here with Kaja Sweetheart. She's jumped clear in 4 over the last couple of days, and she just got that all wrong coming around the corner. You could see she took all the pace out of it, shortening up, and just still ended up too close. Well, Denmark for the moment, oh, that's gone as well. They know that that clear round from Zander is sort of their get-out-of-jail-free card currently, because it means they will remain on the 8 penalty score for the moment. But they also will now have a discard, which just adds the pressure to the final 2 riders. Second championship appearance for Laura. Big improvement for Denmark over last year when they didn't get into the team final, so. Ooh, and the last falls to add to the score. 16 it is. As I said, for the moment it's a discard, so they stay after 2 riders on a best potential score of 8. Screen adding the 16 in, but we know it doesn't count for the moment. So now we move. There's that fence going down. It's just shortened up and unfortunately ran out of room. And that went down to follow. So 3 teams left to go in this second rotation of riders. These are the 3 that are all tied level at the top. And now the first of those, Great Britain with Honey Bows, and Honey, who has jumped 4 and clear over the past 2 days with this ride, Java's El Cid. Already then with the clear round from Emily Gulliver, the British team. Honey in her first international season for Great Britain. Jumped on the Nations Cup teams in France and in the Czech Republic, where she stood on the podium. They finished second on both occasions. Unfortunately, that goes down. So 4 for this round so far. I think that front rail goes from the first part of the double. The British team still, though, will remain on that 0 score after 2 riders, but they're now relying on Tabby Morgan-Evans and Rosie Smith's rounds to stay there. So for this round it is 12 for Honey. Bad luck to her. So still the 0 for the moment, though, for the British. Of course, Poland also holding a 12 penalty discard, but that came from their first rider. We'll see their second in a moment. So can Poland keep themselves level with Britain and Spain after 2 riders we're about to see? That 12 penalty discard means any fences that start to fall will immediately count here for Helena Gulla. But so far this event, she is another that could go into an individual tie of the lead, as she has been clear on both occasions over the 2 rounds on Carbonara MK, and it's all changed now. And that not only is the stop and the frustration you can see. Now just giving the horse a little pat, trying to calm things back down. Now is a big test because they've got to remain calm and come again. The inevitability is as well, because of the rebuild and the stop, there is likely to be time penalties, and with that 12-fault discard, and this is what I said about Denmark, Belgium, Germany and Italy being in such a tight battle, because all it was going to take was for one of these three teams to slip up, and then suddenly there's a medal on offer. It's such a shame for two perfect performances over 2 days so far. Her first year as well, competing internationally. What a tremendous recovery ride to keep her composure after that problem and still get inside a relatively strong time. It is 6 as a score. She can be very, yes, frustrated, but also proud, because actually the way she rode her way back from that problem means that the Polish team now slip to a score of 6. Now, that still gives them a 2 penalty advantage over Denmark and Belgium, and 3 penalty advantage over Italy and Germany. Yes, it's less than a fence, but it's still an advantage. So, could it be advantage Spain after this round? Well, if they jump clear, it will be, because this now, their second rider, Elena Vasquez-Araro, Gypsy Cardento, sadly got eliminated yesterday, but that's why you can see the score looking like it does. Obviously still comes back as part of the team, but that 4, of course, will be for the moment held as a discard. So they'll stay like Britain, potentially on a 0 score, but there is now no team with 2 riders clear from their first 2 to go. Wow. It may be 4. But to come back after the trouble of yesterday and deliver like that, what a tremendous performance from the Spanish combination of Elena Vasquez-Araro. And compared to Great Britain, of course, who were also for the moment going to remain on a 0 score, it is a much handier discard to have up your sleeve. And it means that for the moment, Spain, you would say, have the advantage. If it doesn't necessarily say it on the scorecard like in the overall standings, it certainly does when you look at it. So we are halfway through. 2 gone, 2 to go from each of the teams. If the remaining riders of each team were to jump clear, Great Britain and Spain would still finish on 0 and then head into a jump off. So for the moment, they stay tied at the top. Poland, of course, on 6, Denmark and Belgium on 8, Germany and Italy on 9, then France, who've actually moved up because of their score of 15, Ireland 16, Romania 20 and Finland 22. Going to take a short 10-minute break and then we come back with the final 2 to go in each of the teams. Welcome back. Here we go. It's time for the final two riders from each of these 11 teams that are battling it out for the podium and the team honours here in the Children's European Championships of 2024 for the FEI show jumping title. Good luck to them all. The pressure continues to mount. Still, two teams could yet finish on 0, Great Britain and Spain. Poland on 6, Denmark and Belgium on 8. Italy and Germany on 9. Then you've got France on 15, Ireland 16, Romania on 20, and Finland on 22. Each team, though, has still got some level of discard that it's holding, so it is far from over yet. So let's see what happens. We could yet even end up with a jump off. There'll only be a jump off if there is a tie on faults for a medal. Otherwise, the lower positions are worked out with time. So, for instance, like we had it in the juniors, we had an outright winner for the gold, but then we had a jump off for the silver and the bronze. Well, here we go with Lorna Benessard and Grelien AA, the first to go in this third rotation of riders. The third rider now for France, who have an 8 and a clear from their first two riders. Lorna, who jumped clear on the opening day, picked up 7 in that second day. Certainly looking excitable. Second international season, but first international season in teams, and suddenly all moving to the side. Just to remind you as well, the score you can see under the clock in the bottom right-hand corner is actually their individual total for the event. So their 7 that they started on has now, of course, gone to 11. Time allowed 76 seconds. Time allowed today it's absolutely spot on, but it's tight enough that if you have a little stop like that, you are most likely to pick up some time penalties as well. She's recovered from the stop brilliantly, but this is where the time penalties really start to kick in, and that means that the 8 that France were holding as a discard is going to come into play. So sadly 19 is the score for the French rider there. Sorry, for Lorna Benessard. So now that means that France's best potential score is 23, which actually allows Finland perhaps to squeak back in front of them. We'll see how their next rider gets on before we truly know if that's the case. But unfortunately, not the easiest moments. But I have to say, she did great in the way that she kept the horse confident after the stop. Now, Isabel Olsen. Now, this for Finland. Finland, who have a 16 they're holding as a discard. And as important as delivering a clear for the team, Isabel and Haya could be the third, only the third combination to go clear over the 3 days, and it would give them an equal share of the individual lead going into that individual final tomorrow. She was on the team that took the silver with this horse at the Balkan Championships last month. Ooh, very nicely ridden, just shortened up where she had to. Got quite a big jump in over the first part of that three-strided line. Wow. 4. 4 it is today. 4 it is for the show. Isabel Olsen and Haya. Unfortunately, with one down for the Finnish team. It means that a team score of 26 is now the best achievable for Finland. So France will, for the moment, stay ahead. But it also means that we still just have 2 riders that have managed to stay on 0 scores. It's certainly making the individuals for tomorrow morning fascinating. Right, next up it is Robbie Sheenan riding Fabelia for Ireland. Good luck to Robbie, because Ireland, who at best now could finish on a score of 16, the opening 2 riders have both picked up 4s. First major championships for this young man, who again was on that very strong winning team in Germany and in France already this season. He's already had a fence down. So that makes 2. So you can see his individual score again moving up, but that means now for the Irish team's best outcome today will be a score of 20. Finishing the round on a total of 12 for Ireland as their 3rd rider. Robbie Sheenan riding Fabelia. So as I've said, Ireland now have a best potential score of 20, which, if Romania can deliver a clear in a moment, will also then be the same score for them. But see what happens. One more still to go for the Irish team. First of the final 2 for the Romanian team. And Alina Botyar riding Chocolate Brown. Rode at the Europeans last year, also rode at the Balkan Championships last year when she was part of that Team Silver in Greece. That was riding Calido Donvertier. This is Chocolate Brown, the stallion by Chaco Blue. So far, her performances have seen her go clear on day 1, 4 on day 2. Romanian team's discard is 16 at the moment. Still clear, but I'm just a little bit worried. Will she be okay on the time allowed is the only thing. I think she'll be fine, actually. Well done to them. In fact, the clock stopped early. It reset to 72.99. She has jumped the clear that was so needed for Romania today. It keeps them absolutely level with Ireland. As things stand, they also could yet finish on a score of 20. And that, of course, from an individual standpoint, meant she finishes over 3 rounds on 4. And will give her a place in that individual final. So well done to Andia. Next to go, it's to Italy. Team that could yet finish on 9. One of these 4 teams that I still maintain could easily find their way to a podium if they can move up the order. And who's above them falter. Antonio Spano here with little painted DN for Italy. He has jumped clear in 4 over the past couple of days. Italy, who of course hold an 8 penalty discard, have now got to count those 4. First season on the teams, and was part of that winning team in Busto Arizio at home in Italy back in May. Keeping it on the 4, can they? Yes, they can keep it to 4. So they'll keep hold of the 8 as the discard. It moves them onto a best potential score today of 13. Because if you discard that 8, they could yet finish on 13. And of course, they're in a very tight battle with the team from Germany, who will be next to go. And here they are, Emma Hertzehorod, who's jumped for clear in 8 over the first 2 rounds. Now trying to keep Germany on that score of 9. They're holding a 4 penalty discard at the moment, but the rider with a lot of jumping experience. Very successful on ponies. Moved into the children's classes this year. This is Vienna 103, this Hanoverian mare. So far, so good for the 3rd rider from Germany. Oh, she has had a fence, and that means 4. So Germany, just like Italy, I mean, they're matching each other at the moment. 13 is the best potential score, and that gives the others still to come a little bit of a breathing space. The only advantage Germany, however, Italy realistically is the fact their discard is 1 less. Of course, you can start to look at worse potential outcomes as well, but not needing to do that quite yet. Well, this is Ella Bomir now for Belgium. Moonshine 21 Z. Delivered a clear on the opening day. Certainly had a more difficult round on the 2nd day. Now looking to try and keep Belgium on a score of 8. Their discard is 5. Here with this mare. Looking good here. The time is the worry. She's in on the clock by half a second. Well done, Ella. Well done, Ella Bamir. Belgium stick on 8. Well done to them. Well, what about that? So, great news for Belgium. Great news indeed. Palmer Sophie, Gray, Janssen Christensen here with Linden for Denmark as the next to go. Part of the pony European team last year where she finished 5th individually. She was also on the gold medal winning team last month with her pony in the Baltic Champs. She unfortunately has already picked up 4 penalties today, and that 4 penalties is going to have to count. They're holding a 16 as a discard, so advantage Belgium now in terms of perhaps pushing towards the medals. Finishing on the 8 today, and that moves, sadly, Denmark back in the order because they will have to count all of those 8 penalties. They now move on to a score of 16. It drops them behind Belgium, Germany and Italy in the order. So difficult outcome for them. That 16 penalty discard, quite a large one that they are doing their best to keep away from the scoreboard. The British will be doing what they can to keep the 12 that they have as a discard away. Now with Tabby Morgan-Evans, the 3rd rider for the first of the teams that could yet still finish on 0. But it is a huge round here for this young lady with Bermudez BDA in her first season internationally. 3rd team appearance after the Youth Nations Cups earlier this year in the Czech Republic and France, where she stood on the podium. She as well, one of the riders that has been clear on both days so far. Fighting a little bit. Bermudez really does run at the fences. So, and Tabby doing all she can. One fence left. Just what she needed. She will deliver with a quite brilliant round for Britain. Tabby Morgan-Evans, well done you. Bermudez BDA keeps Britain in the gold medal fight here. They could yet finish where they started on the 0. They get their 2nd clear, and get this, Tabby Morgan-Evans is only the 3rd rider to have delivered a clear over 3 days. She will tie for the lead going into the individual final as well. So she very much in the individual gold medal fight as well. Brilliant performance. But now it is Poland who are trying to stay in medal contention now with Paulina Sonik and Die Clean Lady. Jumped 4 and clear over the last 2 days. Poland with a 12 they're holding as a discard, slipped to 6 after 2 riders. Now, of course, coming under pressure from Belgium, who are sitting there on 8. Oh, what a brilliant performance. The Polish team will be delighted with Paulina Sanek can die clean lady, because it keeps them very much in the hunt for the medals here. They may well have slipped back from Britain and Spain for the moment, but they are holding their own in third place for that bronze medal. And well done, Poland. Clear round. They really needed the clear. That's their first clear of the day. Of course, great for Paulina as well, because it means that she sticks to the 4 from an individual standpoint. But now, what will this round bring? This is a big moment for the Spanish team, because Paula Larigel Canaro, another that could yet deliver a third clear over this event. She hasn't touched a pole. And of course, with Erad Sogretes, the Spanish team at the moment sitting there on 4 as a discard. Now, what a difference that just made, because suddenly Spain are on 4. They the 4 it is, sadly, for Paula Rigel Canaro and Errol Sogretes. It means, of course, she doesn't maintain that run of clears. And it also, as I said, means that Spain, at best now, can finish on a score of 4. I mean, at worst, they can finish on a score of 8. Of course, Great Britain, let's just be clear now, Great Britain can obviously jump a clear and finish on the 0 score and then couldn't be beaten, but of course hold a much bigger discard with that 12 penalty score. So it is all going to come down to the final riders. But here we go. The final rotation starts back with this team for France to wrap things up. Zoe Vadon-Ledy. As importantly for her team, it was the individual mark that's just gone. I was about to say, she was another that was clear over the days so far. And again, that opportunity has fallen. So still just in an individual standpoint, there are 3 riders. Alexandra Hurst for Spain, Maria Vittoria Garoffi for Italy, and Tabby Morgan-Evans for Great Britain are so far the 3 riders level that will look towards those individual finals, all tied on 0. Philippe Miguen's Multa da Costa next up on 2, and then you drop back into the 4s, of which there are a number of them. I mean, they're only a fence off, but at the moment the advantage, of course, has to sit with the clears, and sadly, no longer Zoe unable to keep her run going with Arkan Mespierre. And it means that the team count the 4. So from the team perspective, for France, as you saw there, the final score is correct. It's 27 for France. Now, that means Finland have a small chance of staying ahead of them, because they, at best yet, could finish on 26. And Sani Ili, who is their last rider, is also in the position of going clear over the 3 rounds of jumping with backwards challenger and giving herself a chance to be one of those riders tied at the top going into the 2 individual rounds tomorrow morning. What a tremendous partnership those two are making this week. The hand over the mouth is because she knows what it means from an individual standpoint and for the team. The team will stay ahead of France because they will stick to that score of 26. But well done to Sani Ili. She stays clear and ties up now, and that's four riders, 4 nations, all equal going into the individual tomorrow morning. So brilliant for the Finnish star. Next will be a combination for Ireland in the form of Sam Widger riding Janice Dissenbeck, already underway here to try and keep Ireland on this score of 20 in terms of their team. Sam, who's jumped clear and 4 over this show so far, and now rides in the anchor position for Ireland. Another who is having their first year in international competition, and another part of that Hagen team. Sadly, though, that fence has gone. That has gone as well. So, of course, Ireland's discard that they were holding was a 12. So at the moment, these 8 penalties are going to count towards the score. And sadly for Ireland, it is going to mean they drop back behind both Finland and France. 8 it is as a score. And 28 for the team. So 26 for Finland, 27 for France, 28 there for Ireland. Well, next to go will be Romania, who could tie down a score of 20, yet could suddenly, depending what happens with the Romanian team, end up on a score of 36 because they are holding a big discard of 16, to remind you. So, tense stuff. Daria Maria Coppas riding here with Castigo d'Amor, the stallion that has jumped clear and then picked up 14 yesterday as the last of the Romanian team. What a way to finish. What a way to finish for Romania. To lock it off on that score of 20. They stay safely ahead of the teams we've just seen, and a brilliant end from Daria Maria Coppas as she jumps the clear. Her individual score of 14 then over the event, all coming out of yesterday. So well done, Romania. They secure that place. Next to go, it is the Italian team. If it all went wrong for Italy here, the worst score they can finish on is 21, would drop them behind Romania. They have a discard of 8 that they are holding. Their last rider is Giacomo Marinetto Magnoet, riding Lamento Price, who has jumped for clear at 8 over the past 2 days with this gelding. Now, with the big job of anchoring down this Italian team's day. Was on that winning Nations Cup team with this ride in Italy back in May. Sadly, that has gone. But it's, at the moment, enough to keep them ahead. They move on to a score of 17. It's the second fence they can't afford. And that is just the four. Just the four for the Italians to finish things off on that final score of 17. So they will stay ahead of Romania. And congratulations to Italy, despite the fence. And I'm sure they were perhaps hoping to see if they could move up. But 17 it is. There are still teams to come that, depending on how things go, could yet fall behind that score. So again, there are some teams with some interesting discards that they could change things considerably. But Germany, well, at the moment they sit on a team score of 13, and if they can get the clear here from Lutz Christova, their last to go, then that is exactly where they will finish. They hold a discard of 4. Their worst outcome would be 17, which would be exactly the same as the Italians. Lutz and LA Lovely Boy, who jumped for clear on the opening day, and 5 on the second day. Getting a little steady into that combination, just perhaps needs a little bit more pace, but first season as well on teams, was on the podium in Linz. Of course, a score of 13 for Germany would guarantee they finish ahead of Denmark. Is it to be? Yes, it is. Punches the air, delivers the round, the clear round. Lutz Christova and LA Lovely Boy. Lovely jubbly. Brilliant from Germany to finish things off on a score of 13. And it, as I said, it guarantees them a position ahead of Denmark, who at best could finish on 16. And there are still, well, depending on how things go for Belgium and Poland, they could slip into their clutches as well, but we'll see what happens. Now, talking of Belgium, Robin Vermeer. Belgium, though, let's think forward for them. They are still the team best placed to pick up a medal as it currently stands if something goes further awry with those top teams. And at the moment could yet finish on a score of 8. They are holding a 5 penalty discard. Robin Vermeer, Copacabana, Paddock Z, 4 yesterday, clear day 1. First time at the Children's Europeans, having jumped for the last 2 years at the Pony Europeans. She finished 4th individually in the ponies last year. Time looks okay. That round is more than okay. Robin Vermeer jumps clear. Copacabana of Paddock Z ensures that Belgium finish on that score of 8. and they are ready to pounce if there are problems for the teams at the moment who are sat in medal position. I mean, it's Poland that perhaps are most vulnerable, but let's see what happens. Depending on what happens, Britain could get finish on 12 and Spain could get finish on 8. Those are potential outcomes. Worst potential outcomes, I should add. Right, let's look at Denmark. Sadly for the Danish team, their best potential outcome is 16, which means we know they've slipped behind Belgium, behind Germany, but they'd like to stay in front of Italy. They're holding a 16 as a discard score. Their final rider, though, will be not only wanting to deliver the clear for the team, but Silje Hartig Nielsen also is one of those riders that has been clear on both days so far, with Kimono de la Roque, this gelding by Canaan. So, could it be? They've certainly put their most experienced rider, been jumping on the teams for the last couple of years, although this is their first time at a championship as the last to go. And as we know at the moment, just 4 riders have achieved the feat of staying clear through this show so far, these championships, and the individual honours, of course, not to be decided until those 2 individual rounds tomorrow, but to be a clear going into them certainly gives you a massive advantage. What will this round bring for Denmark? Oh, well done then. The clear, the strong finish for the Danes, and that ensures the score of 16, but it means Silje Hartig Nielsen clear over the days of jumping here for Denmark, and that is brilliant news for her to be part of that lineup now, 5 on a 0 score going forward into the individuals. But today is the day that it is the team medals that will be decided. 3 riders to go, 3 teams to go, but only one team can still finish on 0, and it is the British team. Therefore, let's keep it simple. She's been clear through the show so far, that for her individual honours, but for the team, Rosie Smith, Fuseli go last, a clear round to win gold for Great Britain. Great Britain win gold. They are the Children's European Champions of 2024. Well done, Rosie Smith. Delivers the winning round. Tabby Morgan-Evans, Honey Bowers, Emili Kalde. Congratulations to them all, and to, of course, Claire Whitaker, their chef de keep. What a performance. They secure the gold medal with that round on Fuseli, and Rosie as well, giving Britain 2 riders alongside Tabby that will go into the individual final with a share of the lead, 2 of the 6. But it is a golden day for Great Britain in the Children's European Championships. Well, the medals, though, aren't all decided. Poland need a clear to secure theirs. They cannot afford a fence. Their last rider, Alicia Kosmol and Clearwater PPZ, has been clear through this show so far. The team on a best potential outcome of 6. We know Belgium are finished and done and in the clubhouse on 8. So 2 penalties is all the advantage is. Ooh, a little rattle. Oh, and it's gone. Belgium move up. Now, Belgium will win a medal, but that colour of the medal is still not decided. We'll come to that. For the score, sadly, and of course from an individual perspective it has its impact as well, but it does mean that the team finish on a score of 10. Poland dropping out of the medals and Belgium moving in to the medals. So what it means as we go to the final rider in a moment is Spain are also now guaranteed a medal. Lucas Morata Soria now and Gabriela Marquez, another that has not yet touched a pole at this event, is the last to go. A clear round guarantees the silver medal for Spain. A fence down and we have a jump off between Spain and Denmark for the silver and the bronze. It's all to play for to finish in second. And then we have a jump off for the medals to be decided for silver and bronze. Finishers on the 4. Finishers on the 4. And of course, as great a round as that was to make sure they came home with just 4 from an individual standpoint, it does mean that that team finish on a score of 8, as have Belgium. And that means we have a jump off coming your way for silver and for bronze. But no jump off required for Great Britain. Emili Kalde, Honey Bowers, Tabby Morgan-Evans, Rosie Smith and Lottie Adams, who also jumped clear on the opening day. Congratulations. They, as a team, under the guidance of their chef d'équipe, Claire Whitaker, have won gold for the teams here at these Jumping European Championships for the children. Belgium and Spain, we will find out. Poland will take 4th place ahead of Germany in 5th, Denmark in 6th, Italy in 7th, Romania in 8th, Finland in 9th, France in 10th, and Ireland sadly slipping in to 11th place. So it won't be too long, but then we will be having a jump off against the clock. Also, just to remind you, of course, today we also have the individual final coming your way, that starting at 4 o'clock this afternoon for the juniors, 4 o'clock for that one. So don't go anywhere. The jump off for bronze and silver is coming up in a moment. So on we go. It's time for a jump off for medals to be decided upon. The silver and the bronze has not yet been worked out. And Belgium have really battled their way back into this today. And now they find themselves in a position where well, they started the day on 8, they finished the day on 8. 2 fences behind the leaders when they started, those 3 teams. Of course, Britain stayed where they started and won gold, but Spain sadly gave away 8. It's put them in a position now where they have to battle with Belgium for the honour of the silver or the bronze. The nice thing is that these riders all know they're going to get a medal. It's just which colour. Jessica van der Yen is the first out for Belgium. This course starting over what was fence 3. Now we roll back to what is now 15. It's 12 in reverse. Then it's a long old run all the way from one side of this massive arena to the other to what was fence 6. Here we go with the grapes. Then to the golden fence. Turn back. First 2 parts of what was the combination. It's now the upright parallel. And then on to this fence to finish. Start it with a clear. At a time of 40.82, of course, it's again the best 3 of 4 that will count towards the scores. One will be discarded. Jessica van der Yen has done everything that is possible. Played sensible, I think, a little bit with the time to make sure of the clear, but the clear is what's needed first and foremost. So well done. There's the first. Next to go, we turn, of course, to Spain. Should also mention that these rounds, in terms of their faults, have no bearing on the individual championship. This is Alexander Hess, first of this is Colleen, first up for Spain. Of course, one of the riders that has not yet touched a pole. She knows she doesn't need to worry about that right now. This is about putting Spain perhaps on the front foot to keep hold of the silver medal. Unfortunately, what a time to touch a pole. She's still making sure she keeps up relatively good pace, although she's gone a little bit wider on the turn, and now comes to the end. She will be quicker. 38.22. So the time will be out full, the fence will not. Alexander Hirst and Caroline there. And in this jump off for the score, 1 have gone from each of the teams. We go back to Belgium, to Jérôme Dunut and Humor Noir de Crin. So performances in the last 2 days have played a big role in keeping Belgium in play. Their chef de keep is Philip Lacus versus Reyes Martins, the chef de keep for Spain. Look at this nice big wide stride. Over the golden fence. Good round in speed as well. Nicely done. It's 37.97. It's the fastest of all 3 we've seen so far. Add to that it is a clear, and at the moment Belgium look like they might have an advantage here as they push for silver in this European Children's Team Championship. The jump off for silver and bronze. Bit of a big moment now for the next to the Spanish team, because Elena Vaquez-Ajaro and Gypsy Cardento, who are going to be next, can't afford a fence. Otherwise, it moves Belgium into a position where they can take their time, jumper clear maybe with their next rider to win it in 3. So how do they approach it? They jumped for 4 in the round a little earlier today. Gypsy Cardento, Elena Vaquez-Ajaro. Keeping up a nice rhythm to this round, and the horse looks to be jumping nicely as well. Just the last fence to negotiate, drops on that inside line, coming with a real pace. Oh, she's flown the last and she's had it down. 36.63, she got confident, took one out to the last, but unfortunately she also took the last out. And that means it is now certainly advantage Belgium, because the next to go can win it with a clear. Oh, Spain in such a difficult spot now. I mean, time-wise, they are and have it in hand. But when it comes to jumping, it's so far been for Belgium. And Ella Bamir now with Moonshine Vanti Almadonk Z in the position in this jump-off, if she jumps clear, to secure silver for Belgium. Sadly, that isn't going to be over and done with just yet. We will continue. We will indeed. For the score, 43.31 the time. So, as I said, when it comes to times, Spain certainly the faster. But the pressure is still on Spain now, because what they cannot afford is to have a fence down with their next rider. If they do, Belgium have won the silver medal. That's the advantage of getting your first 2 clear versus your first 2 having 4. Belgium, of course, either way have the chance to respond with their final rider, but they have to jump a clear. They cannot have a penalty. This is Paula Regel Canaro. Errol Sogaretz has jumped 2 clears and a 4. The 4 came today. Here we go with Spain's number 3. Whereas Martin, the chef to keep, would have told Paula exactly what the permutations are. And at this moment, it is about leaving fences standing. She's still making sure, though, if she needs it, the pace is there. You can't necessarily change your style. Gosh, she's come inside. No one's done that. Oh, she's got close. She's got to get out. Oh, she tapped it. I mean, she's absolutely flying along. And she does jump the last with the fastest time of anybody. 35.76. If this comes down to time, it is Spain that will get the silver medal. But Belgium still have the advantage. Spain with 2 4s and a clear. Belgium with 2 clears and a 4. So we're back where we were a moment ago. And Belgium will know this more than ever now that it is not to do with the clock. It is all about the clear. They're not going to beat Spain on time, but they can beat Spain on jumping. Robin Vermeer, Copacabana of Paddock Z. If she does have a fence, it is still not over for Belgium, but it certainly then becomes advantage Spain. But the clear round means we won't need the final Spanish rider. Coming down to the last, jump it clear, and Belgium win silver. The silver medal secured by Robin Vermeer, Copacabana and Paddock Z for Belgium. Congratulations to them. The silver medal. Spain, sadly, as fast as they were, are not in a position to better the score when it comes to the jumping. And that is a wrap for the team final of the 2024 FEI Jumping European Championships for Children. Congratulations once again to Great Britain, to Claire Whitaker, to Emily Gulliver, Honey Bowes, Tabby Morgan-Evans, Rosie Smith and Lottie Adams. To Belgium, to Philip Lucas, to Justique van der Ein, to Jerome Denis, to Ella Bro, Robin Vermeer and Eva Mendelia. And to Spain, their chef d'équipe, Reyes Martin, Alexandra Hest, Elana Vaquezarado, to Paula Regil Canaro, Lucas Morota Saria, and Charlize O'Connor Cabot. What a championship, and what more, we have another one to come. The individuals. We've seen all three team titles now decided across children, juniors and young riders, but there are of course individual honours to be worked out. We start at 4 p.m. local time with the first of two individual rounds for the juniors. The top 30 coming back, and it is going to be a fascinating afternoon to see who can secure the individual title of the Junior European Champion of 2024. But when it comes to the children's team champions of 2024, well done, Great Britain.
This is American European Championship. So the teams, what I mean, represents Belgium, Rolls-Royce, Spain. Next up is also some at the last of our is the Belgians of the
Twee gold en een melkop.